Welcome to Gaslight Dreams, a channel where timeless stories, gentle narration, and quiet atmospheres help you drift into rest. Before we begin tonight's tale, I'd love to know where you're listening from. Share it in the comments below. It's always wonderful to see our little community stretching across the world. Now, it's time to get comfortable. Settle into your bed or favourite chair. Close your eyes. Take a slow, deep breath and let the day melt away. Allow my voice to carry you softly into sleep, to a place where imagination flows and dreams begin. On Fleet Street, where the bakery smoke rises every morning, a man opens the garden gate and calls out to someone no one else can see. For 40 years, it's been this way. For 40 years, no one answers. But this morning is different. Dawn was settling gently over Fleet Street as the first rays of light filtered through the narrow lanes. The facades of stone buildings were shedding the darkness of night, cloaked in grey-blue hues. In the earliest hours of morning, the city had not yet fully awakened. Only a few early rising souls moved along, their footsteps echoing on the pavement as they hurried toward their work. The air was crisp, carrying with it the faint scent of coal smoke from chimneys that had been lit in the pre-dawn hours. Frost clung to the edges of windowsills and outlined the cobblestones in delicate white tracery. The gas lamps still burned, their yellow flames flickering behind frosted glass, casting pools of warm light onto the cold street below. Thomas Ashford's bakery stood just beside the corner gas lamp. Its wooden sign had faded with years of rain, the words Ashford and Sons now barely legible. The paint had once been a deep forest green with gold lettering, but time and weather had worn it to a pale shadow of its former glory. The word Sons was a lie now. There had never been any sons. Only Thomas. Always only Thomas. The bakery itself was a narrow building, squeezed between a tailor's shop on one side and a bookbinder's establishment on the other. Its windows were small, the glass thick and slightly warped with age, distorting the view of the interior. Above the shop, 2 floors rose, where Thomas kept his living quarters. The brickwork was soot-stained, the mortar crumbling in places, and the whole structure leaned ever so slightly to the left, as if tired from standing upright for so many decades. That morning, as every morning, Thomas woke at 5 o'clock. The movement was automatic, requiring no thought. His hands lifted the blanket, his feet touched the cold wooden floor. His body reached for the old trousers beside the chair. The bedroom was small and sparse. A narrow bed with a thin mattress, a single wooden chair where his clothes were draped, a washstand with a chipped porcelain basin, and a small window that looked out over the rooftops of Fleet Street. There were no pictures on the walls, no ornaments on the washstand, no evidence of comfort or sentiment. It was the room of a man who lived but did not truly inhabit his space. As he dressed, he looked out the window. The street was still empty. The lamps had not yet been extinguished, their yellow light mingling with the morning mist that rose from the Thames and crept through the city like a living thing. He moved to the kitchen. The room was hardly larger than a cupboard, with a small iron stove, a rough wooden table, and a single shelf holding a few mismatched plates and cups. Standing beside the stove, he struck a match and lit the fire. The match flared briefly, illuminating his face in the darkness, revealing the deep lines carved by years of early mornings and late nights, the grey stubble on his chin, the hollows beneath his eyes. While the water heated, he rubbed his hands together. His fingers always stiffened like this each morning, his joints aching in the cold. He was 62 years old, but his body seemed to tell him he was 80. Every joint, every muscle complained of weariness. His knuckles were swollen, the skin on his hands dry and cracked from constant contact with flour and dough. There was a persistent ache in his lower back, a reminder of decades spent bending over, kneading tables and lifting heavy sacks of grain. He prepared tea. No milk. No sugar. Just black tea. His hands trembled slightly as he held the cup. If he wasn't careful, he'd drop it. Lately, this had been happening more often. The trembling, the disobedience of the hands. It frustrated him, this betrayal of his own body, this gradual surrender to age. He drank the tea. It was bitter, but it cleared his mind. The heat spread through his chest, warming him from within. For a moment, just a moment, he felt almost human again. Then he put on his coat, wrapped his scarf, opened the door, and stepped outside. The cold hit him immediately, a sharp slap that made him gasp. He pulled the scarf tighter and locked the door behind him with the heavy iron key that hung from a cord around his neck. The walk to the bakery was short, just 2 buildings away, but each step was like part of a ritual. Left foot, right foot. Breathe in, breathe out. The frost on the stones required careful walking. A fall, a broken bone, and everything would be over. The bakery would close. No one would carry on. There was no one to carry on. Thomas had no family, no apprentices, no one who cared whether the bakery opened or closed. He was alone in the world, as he had been for 40 years. 40 long years. His footsteps echoed in the empty street, the only sound in the pre-dawn silence. A cat darted across his path, disappearing into an alley. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once, then fell silent. When he reached the bakery, he stopped. The key was in his pocket, always there. But first, he looked at the door. The wooden paint had peeled, cracks had formed. Perhaps he should paint it this year. Perhaps there was no need. No one looked at the paint anymore anyway. The door was heavy oak, scarred and battered by decades of use. The brass handle was tarnished, the lock stiff. He inserted the key, turned it, felt the familiar resistance before the mechanism gave way with a reluctant click. He went inside. It was dark. The oven waited, extinguished. The bakery smelled of old flour and yeast, a scent so familiar it was like breathing. Thomas lit the lamp. Light spread slowly across the walls, revealing the worn workspace where he had spent most of his adult life. The walls were bare brick, whitewashed long ago, but now stained with soot and flour dust. The ceiling was low, crossed with dark beams. The floor was stone, worn smooth and uneven from countless footsteps. He rubbed his hands together. Then he began preparing the dough. This was the part of his day that required no thought, only muscle memory built up over decades. Flour, water, yeast, salt. The proportions were always the same. He didn't measure anymore, didn't count. His hands knew. From the large sack in the corner, he scooped flour into the massive wooden trough that dominated the centre of the room. The flour was coarse and grey, not the fine white flour the wealthy used, but good, honest grain that made bread with substance and flavour. He added water from the bucket he'd filled the night before, watching as the flour absorbed the liquid and began to clump together. Then the yeast, dissolved in warm water, its sharp fermented smell cutting through the flour dust. Finally, a handful of salt from the wooden box on the shelf. He plunged his hands into the mixture and began to knead. Push, fold, turn. push, fold, turn. The rhythm was meditative, almost hypnotic. The dough was cold and sticky at first, clinging to his fingers, but gradually it began to change. It became smoother, more elastic, more alive. He could feel it transforming under his hands, the gluten developing, the yeast beginning its slow work of transformation. Knead, rest, knead again. The texture of the dough had to be right. Too soft, and it wouldn't hold its shape. Would spread flat in the oven and bake into dense, heavy loaves. Too hard and it would crack. The inside wouldn't cook properly, would remain raw and doughy at the centre. There was a perfect point. A moment when the dough achieved the ideal balance of softness and resistance, when it pushed back against his hands with a gentle springiness. That was what he searched for each morning. As Thomas kneaded the dough, he didn't think. The hands worked, the mind slept. This was the best way. Thinking would bring pain. Thinking would bring back the past. And the past was too heavy now. But sometimes, despite his efforts, memories would slip through, a fragment of a voice, the echo of laughter, the ghost of a touch. And then the pain would come, sharp and sudden, like a knife between the ribs. He would close his eyes and push harder into the dough, as if he could knead away the hurt, work it out of his system through sheer physical effort. But it never worked. The pain remained, dull and constant, a weight he carried every moment of every day. When the dough was properly kneaded, he divided it into portions. His hands moved quickly and surely, cutting the mass into pieces of equal size without weighing or measuring. Each piece he shaped into a round ball, tucking the edges underneath to create surface tension. These he placed on the flour-dusted wooden board to rise. Now they would wait. The yeast needed time to work its magic, to consume the sugars in the flour and produce the carbon dioxide that would make the bread light and airy. 30 minutes. Perhaps 45 minutes if the bakery was particularly cold. During that time, Thomas would do something else, something he had done every morning for 40 years, something no one knew about. He walked to the far wall, where hooks held various tools and implements. From one of these hooks he took down a small key. It was old, the metal darkened with age and tarnished to a dull grey. The key was small enough to fit in the palm of his hand, its teeth worn smooth from decades of use. This key, unlike the large iron one that opened the bakery's front door, was special. This key opened something that no one else had access to, something that was his alone. He held it for a moment, feeling its weight, its coolness against his skin. Then he walked to the back of the bakery, past the oven and the storage shelves, to a door that was partially hidden behind a stack of empty flour sacks. The back door leaned against the bakery wall. Over the years, its paint had peeled, the wood had begun to rot. The hinges were rusty, the frame warped. It looked like it hadn't been opened in years. But appearances were deceiving. Thomas opened this door every day, twice a day, morning and evening, without fail. He inserted the small key into the lock and turned it. The lock resisted for a moment, stiff and reluctant, then gave way with a soft click. He pushed the door. It was heavy, reluctant. The hinges let out a pained scream, a high-pitched squeal that made him wince. But he pushed harder, and slowly, grudgingly, the door swung open. Behind it, the garden. When the noise of Fleet Street was present, as soon as the door was crossed, it suddenly ceased, as if a boundary was being crossed. An invisible curtain. Thomas felt this every time, and every time it amazed him. One moment he could hear the city waking up, the rattle of cartwheels on cobblestones, the distant shouts of street vendors setting up their stalls, the clip-clop of horses' hooves, the bang of shutters being opened. And then, as soon as he stepped through that door, all of it vanished. The sounds of the street horse carriages, shouts, doors slamming, all of it receded into a distant murmur, as if the garden existed in a different world, a place where the ordinary rules didn't apply. And when the garden was entered, only silence remained. Deep, profound silence. The kind of silence that pressed against your eardrums and made you aware of your own heartbeat. The garden was small, perhaps 10 paces long, 7 paces wide. It was surrounded on all sides by high stone walls. These were not the walls of the neighbouring buildings, but separate structures built of old stone that was covered with moss and lichen. The walls were so high that the sun could only reach inside when it was directly overhead at noon. In the mornings, the garden was always in shadow, a pocket of darkness and coolness that the day took hours to penetrate. The ground was covered with fallen leaves. Most were brown, rotted, damp from the previous night's dew. Some were still reddish or golden, as if newly fallen. They lay in thick drifts against the walls and piled around the base of the tree. In the centre was a small lawn, or what had once been a lawn. Now the grass had mixed with wild weeds, dandelions, clover, creeping ivy. No one tended to it anymore. No one had tended to it for decades. In the very centre of the garden stood a tree, an old apple tree. Its trunk was thick, easily 2 feet in diameter, the bark rough and deeply fissured, covered with pale green lichen. The branches twisted and turned in seemingly random directions, creating a tangled canopy overhead. Most of the leaves had fallen, lying in golden drifts around the base, but a few branches were still green, still clinging stubbornly to their foliage, as if refusing to acknowledge the change of season. Here and there among the branches hung a few withered apples, brown and shriveled, forgotten by the birds and squirrels. The tree had not been pruned in years, perhaps decades, and had grown wild and untamed. At the base of the tree, between 2 large roots that protruded from the ground like gnarled fingers, was a small hollow. In that hollow, years ago, someone had placed a small stone, a flat, round stone, smooth as if it had been worn by water. There was no writing on it, no inscription, nothing to indicate what it marked or why it was there, but Thomas knew, Thomas remembered. He walked toward the tree. His steps were slow, deliberate, as if approaching something sacred, as if approaching a grave. He put his hands in his pockets, partly for warmth, partly because he didn't know what else to do with them. His head was bowed, his eyes on the ground. He watched his feet move through the fallen leaves, heard the soft rustle and crunch beneath his boots. The garden smelled of damp earth and decay, of autumn and endings. It was not an unpleasant smell. It was the smell of nature doing its work, breaking down and rebuilding, the eternal cycle of death and rebirth. He stopped in front of the tree, about 3 feet away from the trunk. He stood there for a moment, waiting. For what? He couldn't have said. Permission, perhaps. Or courage. Or simply the right words. Then he spoke. "Good morning, William." His voice was low, barely more than a whisper, but in the profound silence of the garden it seemed loud, almost intrusive. He paused, as if expecting an answer. None came. There was never an answer. But still he waited, giving the silence time and space. as if the answer might come in some form other than words. Today, the weather is cold. It might snow, perhaps by evening, perhaps not today. The clouds are heavy, full of moisture. The air has that particular smell it gets before snow. You remember that smell, don't you? Sharp and clean, like metal. He paused again. There was no wind, but the leaves stirred slightly, a faint rustling as if something had passed through them. Perhaps he imagined it, perhaps not. After 40 years, he was no longer sure what was real and what was wishful thinking. Yesterday a customer came, an old woman. She wore a black hat, the same one she's worn for as long as I can remember. Do you remember her, Mrs. Harris? Years ago, she used to come every week. Every Friday morning, regular as clockwork, she'd buy 2 loaves of bread, one for herself and one for her sister who lived with her. Then her sister died, must be 10 years ago now, and she started buying just 1 loaf, but she still comes every week. Yesterday, she came again. She still wore that black hat, though it's gotten quite shabby. The feather in it is broken and the ribbon is faded, but she wears it like it's the finest thing in the world. Thomas smiled, a slight, brief smile that touched his lips but didn't reach his eyes. Then it passed, fading like morning mist. She's very old now, must be 80 if she's a day. Her hands tremble. She can barely hold the coins. When she gave me the money yesterday, she dropped it. The coins scattered on the floor, rolling under the counter. I picked them up for her, every one. Thank you, Mr. Ashford, she said. You're very kind. She still remembers me. Still knows my name after all these years. That's something, I suppose. He stopped again. The tree's leaves stirred once more, a little more distinctly this time. One leaf detached itself from a branch and spiraled slowly down, landing at Thomas's feet. He watched it fall, watched it settle among its fellows on the ground. Everything falls eventually, he thought. Everything comes down. Thomas's eyes slid up from the leaf to the tree's branches, following them up to where they reached toward the sky. Between the branches, the sky was visible, grey, hazy, heavy with unshed snow, as if the clouds were pressing down on the earth, weighing it down. Perhaps today the snow would come, perhaps tomorrow. It didn't really matter. Winter was coming whether the snow fell today or next week. Winter always came. William, he said slowly, and his voice had changed. It was softer now, more hesitant, as if he was about to confess something. Today, I feel a bit different. This sentence was perhaps spoken for the first time in 40 years. Over all those years, he had said the same kinds of things when he came to the garden. He had talked about the weather, about customers, about small events in his day, the routine observations of an ordinary life. But today was different. There was something in the air, something he couldn't quite name, a feeling of anticipation, of impending change, as if the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. I don't know how to explain it, but it's as if something has changed, as if the air itself is different. Do you feel it too? Wherever you are, do you feel it? It's as if something is going to happen today, something important. I don't know what, but I feel it. Here. He pressed his hand against his chest, over his heart. I feel it here. The tree was silent, but Thomas felt it. Something in the air, in the tree's branches, under the ground, an expectation, a preparation. As if the garden itself was waiting, watching, listening. He reached out his hand slowly, hesitantly. His fingers trembled slightly. He touched the tree's trunk. The bark felt cold and damp beneath his fingertips, rough with age and weather. His fingers slowly wandered over the surface, tracing the deep fissures in the bark, the patches of lichen, the places where branches had once grown and been torn away by storms. Every crack, every scar, every irregularity was familiar. Over the years, he had touched this tree thousands of times. He had leaned against it in exhaustion, pressed his forehead against it in grief, wrapped his arms around it as if embracing something living. In a way, it was the only constant in his life, the only thing that remained unchanged while everything else fell away. "I missed you, William," he whispered, and his voice broke on the name. "I miss you every day, every single day for 40 years. It doesn't get easier. People say time heals all wounds, but they're wrong. Time doesn't heal anything. It just teaches you to live with the pain, to carry it, to function despite it. But the wound is always there, always raw, always ready to open up again at the slightest touch." His voice knotted in his throat. His eyes moistened, the tears building behind them, but he refused to let them fall. Not yet, not here. He had cried enough tears in this garden to water a forest, but he just stood there, leaning against the tree with his hand, his head bowed, his breath coming in short gasps as he struggled to maintain control. He remained like that for several minutes, perhaps 5, perhaps 10. Time flowed strangely in that garden. Sometimes it seemed to rush past, hours disappearing in what felt like moments. Other times it crawled, each second stretching into eternity. Sometimes it seemed not to flow at all, as if the garden existed outside of normal time, in some pocket universe where the rules were different. Finally, with a great effort, he took a deep breath. The cold air burned his lungs. He pulled his hand back from the tree, the fingers leaving faint marks in the damp bark. He looked at the tree once more, studying it as if seeing it for the first time. The gnarled branches, the thick trunk, the few remaining leaves clinging stubbornly to life, the stone between the roots. "I'll come again this evening," he said, and his voice was stronger now, more controlled. "I always come, morning and evening, every day for 40 years. I've never missed a day, not once. Not when I was sick, not when the snow was so deep I could barely walk, not when my back hurt so much I could hardly stand. I always come because I promised. Do you remember? I promised I would never forget, and I haven't. I never will." He stood there a moment longer, reluctant to leave, reluctant to break this tenuous connection. Then, slowly, he turned. He walked toward the door, his steps heavy, reluctant. Each step felt like a betrayal, like abandonment. But he had to go. The dough would be ready. The bakery had to open. Life, such as it was, had to continue. He passed through the back door, leaving the garden behind. The sounds of the city rushed back in, overwhelming after the profound silence. He closed the door. He locked it. The key went back into his pocket, and he returned to his work. When he returned to the bakery, he could see that the dough had risen. The balls of dough had swelled to nearly twice their original size, their surfaces smooth and taut. He pressed a finger gently into one. The indentation remained for a moment, then slowly filled back in. Perfect. They were ready. Now it was time to shape them and put them in the oven. He punched down each ball of dough, driving out the excess gas, then shaped them into loaves. Some he formed into round boules, others into long batards. His hands moved quickly and efficiently, the motions so practiced they required no conscious thought. Each loaf He slashed across the top with a sharp knife, creating patterns that would open up during baking and allow the bread to expand properly. Then he loaded them into the oven, working quickly to minimize heat loss. The oven was hot, the bricks radiating fierce heat that made his face flush and his eyes water. He closed the iron door and stood back, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Now there was nothing to do but wait. The bread would take 40 minutes to bake. During that time, he would prepare the shop for opening. He swept the floor, wiped down the counter, arranged the display shelves. He filled the money box with change. He checked the supply of paper for wrapping. Everything had to be ready. At 8 o'clock precisely, he would unlock the front door and turn the sign to open. And the customers would come. They always came. Not many, not like in the old days when the bakery had been busy and prosperous, but enough. Enough to keep going. Enough to survive. That was all he asked for now. Not success, or happiness, or fulfillment. Just survival. Just one more day. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Thomas unlocked the front door of the bakery. The lock turned smoothly, well-oiled and maintained, despite the building's general air of neglect. He pulled the door open, and cold air rushed in, bringing with it the sounds and smells of Fleet Street. The city was fully awake now. Carts rumbled past, their wheels clattering on the cobblestones. People hurried along the sidewalks, bundled in coats and scarves, their breath visible in the cold air. Somewhere nearby, a street vendor was calling out his wares, his voice rising and falling in the traditional sing-song pattern. Thomas turned the wooden sign in the window from closed to open and stepped back inside. He arranged the display window, placing the fresh loaves where they would be visible from the street. The bread was beautiful, golden brown with crisp crusts and the distinctive pattern of slashes across the top. The windows fogged slightly from the warmth of the fresh bread meeting the cold glass. Their aroma carried into the street, yeasty and inviting. This was the part of baking that still gave him a small measure of satisfaction, seeing the finished product, knowing that he had created something good, something that would nourish and sustain. The first customer came at 9 o'clock. Thomas heard the bell above the door jingle as it opened. A middle-aged man entered, wearing a bowler hat and a wool overcoat. His face was serious, set in the perpetual frown of someone who took life very seriously and found it generally disappointing. He was a regular customer, came in twice a week, always bought the same thing. Thomas recognized him, but didn't know his name. They had never exchanged more than a few words. 2 loaves, the man said curtly, white. Thomas took 2 loaves from the shelf, wrapped them in brown paper, tied the package with string. That'll be 6pence. The man counted out the coins carefully, placing them on the counter one by one. He picked up the package and left without another word, without a thank you or a goodbye. The bell jingled as the door closed behind him. Thomas picked up the coins and put them in the cash box. First customer of the day. Only a few more hours until he could close again. The second customer was different. A young woman, perhaps 25, with a baby in her arms. The baby was wrapped in a faded blue blanket, only its small face visible. The woman looked tired, dark circles under her eyes, her skin pale and drawn. Her dress was clean but worn, mended in several places. She approached the counter hesitantly, as if uncertain of her welcome. "Good morning," she said softly. Her voice was gentle, with a hint of a northern accent. "Good morning," Thomas replied. He tried to make his voice warm, welcoming. The woman looked like she needed kindness. The baby stirred in her arms and opened its eyes. Large eyes, dark and liquid, looked directly at Thomas. For a moment he froze, transfixed. There was something in those eyes, something knowing, something far too old for an infant. The baby didn't cry or fuss. It simply looked at him with those deep, ancient eyes. Thomas felt something twist in his chest, a pain so sharp it took his breath away. He forced himself to smile. The baby didn't smile back. It just looked. "1 rye loaf, please," the woman said. "If you have one." Thomas turned away, grateful for the excuse to break eye contact with the child. His hands shook slightly as he selected a loaf from the shelf. Why did the baby affect him so much? It was just a child. Just an ordinary child. But those eyes. He wrapped the bread carefully, his hands moving by habit while his mind churned. 3 pence, he said, turning back. The woman was rocking the baby gently, murmuring something under her breath. She looked up and smiled. "Thank you so much." She fumbled in her purse, pulled out a few coins, counted them twice to make sure she had the right amount. Thomas took the money and handed her the bread. "You have a beautiful child," he heard himself say. The woman's face lit up. "Thank you. He's my first. His name is William." Thomas froze. The room seemed to tilt. His vision blurred at the edges. "William," he repeated, and his voice sounded strange to his own ears, distant and hollow. That's a fine name." The woman smiled again. "It was my father's name. He passed before my son was born, but I wanted to honor him." She looked down at the baby, her face soft with love. "I hope he grows up to be as good a man as his grandfather was." Thomas nodded, not trusting himself to speak. The woman thanked him again and left, the bell jingling behind her. Thomas stood behind the counter, his hands gripping the edge so hard his knuckles turned white. William. Of all the names in the world, William. It was a common enough name, he told himself. There was nothing unusual about it, nothing meaningful, just a coincidence. But his hands wouldn't stop shaking. He had to sit down for a moment, lower himself carefully onto the stool behind the counter. His heart was racing, his breath coming short. He closed his eyes and tried to calm himself. It meant nothing. It was just a name. The third customer arrived shortly after, and Thomas was grateful for the distraction. It was a familiar face, one he actually knew by name. Mrs. Harris, the old woman he had mentioned to William that morning. She pushed open the door slowly, leaning heavily on a walking stick. Her black hat sat slightly askew on her head, the broken feather pointing at an odd angle. She shuffled toward the counter, each step an effort. Thomas came out from behind the counter to help her. "Good morning, Mrs. Harris," he said, offering his arm. She took it gratefully, her hand like a claw, thin and light as a bird's. "Good morning, Mr. Ashford," she said, and her voice was cracked and worn, like old leather. "You're very kind." He helped her to the counter. She leaned against it, catching her breath. "Just 1 loaf today," she said. "The white, if you please. I don't eat as much as I used to. Food doesn't taste like it did when I was young. Nothing does." Thomas selected a loaf, wrapped it carefully. "That'll be 3 pence. Mrs. Harris opened her small purse, a worn velvet thing that had seen better days. Her hands trembled as she tried to extract the coins. She managed to get 2 out, but the third slipped from her fingers and fell to the floor, rolling under the counter. "Oh dear," she said, distressed. "I'm so sorry." "Don't worry," Thomas said quickly. "I'll get it." He bent down, his back protesting, and retrieved the coin from where it had lodged against the base of the counter. He handed it to Mrs. Harris. but she shook her head. "You keep it," she said. "For your trouble." "It's no trouble at all," Thomas insisted, pressing the coin into her hand. Their fingers touched, and he was struck by how cold her hand was, how fragile, like touching paper, like touching something that might tear at any moment. Mrs. Harris took the bread and the coin. She looked at Thomas for a long moment, her faded blue eyes studying his face. "Mr. Ashford," she said slowly, "are you well?" The question surprised him. No one asked him that. No one cared. "I'm fine," he said automatically. "Thank you for asking." "But Mrs." Harris continued to look at him, her expression doubtful. "You look tired," she said. "More tired than usual, and sad. You've always looked sad, all the years I've known you. But today it's different. Deeper, somehow." Thomas didn't know what to say. He wanted to deflect, to change the subject, to escape this unexpected intimacy. But something in Mrs. Harris's eyes stopped him. There was compassion there, understanding. "I'm just getting old," he said finally. "We all are." Mrs. Harris nodded slowly. "That we are. But old age is easier to bear when you're not alone." She patted his hand. "You should find someone to talk to, Mr. Ashford. It's not good to keep everything inside. It eats away at you." She picked up her bread and turned toward the door, then paused. "Take care of yourself," she said. "Winter is coming, and it's hard on those who are alone." "You too, Mrs. Harris," Thomas said. "You too." She left, the door closing behind her with a gentle click. Thomas stood there, staring at the closed door. Not good to keep everything inside. If only she knew. If only anyone knew. But he could never tell. The words wouldn't come. They had been locked inside for so long that he had lost the key. By noon, the flow of customers had decreased. Thomas had sold perhaps 20 loaves, which was about average for a weekday morning. There were still plenty left on the shelves. Some he would sell in the afternoon. Some would go stale, and he would give them away. That was the rhythm of his days, the endless cycle of baking and selling, of creation and diminishment. He went to the back room, a tiny space barely large enough for a chair and a small table. He sat down carefully, his joints protesting. He placed his hands on his knees. They were still trembling slightly. He closed his eyes, just for a minute, just to rest, just to breathe. But when he closed them, he saw it again, saw what he always saw when he let his guard down. William's face, not as it had been at the end, but as it had been at the beginning. Young, vibrant, alive, smiling that irrepressible smile that had lit up every room he entered. William had been 7 years old when Thomas first met him. It was 43 years ago, though it felt like yesterday and also like a lifetime. Thomas had been 19, newly apprenticed to the baker who owned the shop then, a stern man named Griswold, who believed in hard work and discipline and little else. Thomas had been kneading dough one morning when he heard shouting in the street. He went to the door and saw a small boy being chased by a larger boy who was throwing stones. The small boy was running as fast as his short legs could carry him, but the bigger boy was gaining. Without thinking, Thomas stepped out and caught the bigger boy by the collar as he ran past. "That's enough," he said firmly. The bigger boy struggled, cursed, but Thomas held him until he calmed down. "He stole my apple," the bigger boy said sullenly. Thomas looked at the smaller boy, who had stopped running and was watching warily from a safe distance. "Did you?" he asked. The small boy shook his head. "He dropped it. I picked it up. Finders keepers." Thomas suppressed a smile. "Give it back," he said. The small boy's face fell, but he walked forward slowly and held out a somewhat battered apple. The bigger boy snatched it and ran off. The small boy stood there, looking at his feet. "What's your name?" Thomas asked. The boy looked up. He had brown hair that stuck up in all directions, and blue eyes that sparkled with mischief despite his current dejection. "William," he said. "William Fletcher." "Well, William Fletcher, how would you like a piece of bread? I have some that's just come out of the oven." William's face transformed. That smile, that incredible smile, burst across his face like the sun coming out from behind clouds. "Really? You'd give me bread?" "Really," Thomas said. And that was how it began. William came back the next day, and the day after that, and the day after that. At first he just stood outside, looking in the window hopefully. Then Thomas started giving him small pieces of bread, the end crusts that were hard to sell. Then William started coming inside, sitting on an upturned crate in the corner, watching Thomas work. He asked endless questions. "How do you make bread? Why does it rise? What makes it brown in the oven?" Thomas answered patiently, and found to his surprise that he enjoyed the company. He had been lonely, he realized, more lonely than he knew. Griswold didn't talk much, and Thomas lived in a tiny room above the shop with no family nearby. William filled something he hadn't known was empty. Over the months, Thomas learned William's story. The boy lived with his widowed mother in a cramped room in Seven Dials, one of the worst slums in London. His father had died in an accident at the docks when William was 3. His mother took in sewing, working by candlelight late into the night, but she barely made enough to keep them fed. William was supposed to be in school, but he often skipped to roam the streets. He was bright, curious, energetic. He saw the world as a grand adventure, full of mysteries to solve and treasures to find. Thomas had never met anyone like him. As the months turned into years, William and Thomas became inseparable. When Griswold died and left the bakery to Thomas, having no family of his own, Thomas let William help in the shop. William was a natural. He had quick hands and a good instinct for the work. More than that, he had a way with customers. People loved him. He could charm the grumpiest customer into a smile. He made the bakery a warm, welcoming place. Thomas loved him. Not as a father loves a son, not exactly, though there was something of that. More like a brother, perhaps. Or simply as one soul loves another, without need for labels or definitions. William was the best thing in his life, the only good thing in his life. And then, one October day, 3 years after they met, William didn't come to the bakery. Thomas waited all morning, worried. It wasn't like William to miss a day without telling him. By afternoon, he closed the shop and went to Seven Dials to find him. The room where William lived with his mother was up 4 flights of narrow, dark stairs in a building that looked ready to collapse. Thomas climbed them, his heart pounding with more than just exertion. He knocked on the door. William's mother answered. Her face was swollen with crying. "Oh, Mr. Ashford," she said, and her voice broke. "It's William. He's terribly ill. The fever came on him last night. I've sent for the doctor, but—" She trailed off, unable to continue. Thomas pushed past her into the room. It was tiny, just one room serving as bedroom, kitchen, and living space. In a narrow bed against the wall, William lay still. His face was flushed with fever, his hair damp with sweat. His eyes were closed. He was breathing, but each breath was laboured, rasping. Thomas knelt beside the bed. "William," he said softly. "William, it's Thomas. Can you hear me?" William's eyes fluttered open. For a moment they were unfocused, confused. Then they found Thomas, and a weak smile crossed his face. "Thomas," he whispered, "you came." "Of course I came," Thomas said, taking the small, hot hand in his. "I'll always come. You know that." The doctor came an hour later. He examined William, his face growing more grave with each passing minute. Finally he stood and shook his head. "Scarlet fever," he said quietly. "Advanced. There's nothing I can do. I'm sorry." He left some medicine, but his expression said it was useless. Thomas stayed by William's side all that day and all that night. William drifted in and out of consciousness, sometimes lucid, sometimes delirious. In his lucid moments, he talked about the bakery, about things they would do together, about the bread they would bake. He made Thomas promise to keep working, to keep the bakery going. "Promise me," William said, gripping Thomas's hand with surprising strength. "Promise you won't give up." "I promise," Thomas said, tears streaming down his face. "I promise." William died just before dawn. One moment he was breathing, the next he simply stopped. His hand went limp in Thomas's. His face, which had been tight with pain and fever, relaxed into peace. Thomas sat there, holding that small hand, unable to accept what had just happened, unable to believe that this bright, vibrant, beautiful soul had just been extinguished like a candle flame. William's mother collapsed in grief. Neighbours came, tried to help, but Thomas barely noticed them. He sat there for hours, unable to let go, until finally someone gently pried his fingers loose and led him away. The funeral was small, just Thomas, William's mother, and a few neighbours. They buried him in a pauper's grave in a churchyard on the edge of the city. There was no money for a proper headstone, just a small wooden cross with his name scratched into it, William Fletcher, aged 10. Thomas stood at the graveside long after everyone else had left. He couldn't make himself walk away. If he left, it would be real. If he left, William would truly be gone. But eventually the gravedigger needed to fill in the hole, and Thomas had no choice. He walked away, back to the bakery, back to his empty life, and he had been walking through that emptiness ever since. Thomas opened his eyes. He was in the back room of the bakery. His cheeks were wet. He touched his face, surprised. He hadn't realized he was crying. He wiped the tears away roughly. 40 years. 40 years since he had lost William. 40 years of going through the motions, of pretending to live while feeling dead inside. 40 years of visiting that garden, that green sanctuary behind the bakery that he and William had discovered together one spring day. William had loved that garden. It had been their secret place, where they would go to escape the heat of the bakery in summer, where they would sit under the apple tree and eat bread and talk about everything and nothing. After William died, Thomas had planted the stone between the tree's roots, a marker, a memorial. The garden became William's grave in Thomas's mind, more real than the pauper's plot across the city. Every day, twice a day, he went there. Every day he talked to William, told him about his day, shared his thoughts and fears and sorrows. For 40 years, it had become the centre of his life, the one thing that gave his existence any meaning. But now something was changing. He could feel it. Today was different. The woman with the baby named William, Mrs. Harris's concern, the strange feeling in the garden this morning. Something was shifting, some long-held pattern breaking apart. But what? What did it mean? He stood up, his legs stiff from sitting. He needed to get back to the shop. There might be customers. He couldn't afford to miss any sales. But as he walked back through the doorway, he paused. Through the window he could see the street, the people passing by, all busy with their lives. They all had purposes, connections, things that mattered. What did he have? An empty bakery, an empty life, and conversations with the dead. Was this all there was? Was this all there would ever be? The thought was so bleak, so despairing, that he had to grip the doorframe to steady himself. No, he couldn't think like that. He had made a promise. He had promised William he would keep going, and he had kept that promise for 40 years. He would keep it for 40 more if he had to. Because what else was there? The afternoon dragged by slowly. A few more customers came and went. An apprentice from the tailor next door buying bread for his master's lunch. An old man who came in every Tuesday, like clockwork, and bought the same thing, 2 rolls and a small loaf. A harried mother with 3 children in tow, all of them clamouring for sweet buns, which Thomas didn't make. She bought bread instead, looking disappointed. Each transaction was the same. Money changed hands, bread changed hands, a few words spoken or none. Then they left and Thomas was alone again. This was his life. This was all his life was. At 4 o'clock, a man entered whom Thomas hadn't seen in years. For a moment he didn't recognize him. Then memory clicked into place. "Edward?" he said, surprised. "Edward Clark?" The man smiled, pleased to be remembered. "Mr. Ashford, yes, it's me. I wasn't sure you'd remember." "Of course I remember," Thomas said. Edward had been his apprentice years ago, more than a decade now. A good worker, quick to learn, ambitious. He had stayed with Thomas for 3 years before moving on to better opportunities. Thomas had been sorry to see him go but hadn't blamed him. The bakery offered nothing for an ambitious young man. "How are you, Edward?" "Very well, thank you. I have my own bakery now. In Holborn. Business is good." "I'm glad to hear it. You deserved to succeed." Edward looked around the shop, his expression nostalgic. "Nothing has changed," he said. "It's exactly as I remember it. Even the smell is the same." "Yes," Thomas said. "Nothing changes here. You trained me well, Mr. Ashford. Everything I know about baking, I learned from you." Thomas shrugged, uncomfortable with the praise. "You had natural talent. I just showed you the techniques." There was a pause, slightly awkward. Then Edward said, "I've often thought about this place, about my time here. Those were good years." "Were they?" Thomas said, and couldn't keep a note of bitterness from his voice. "I'm sorry." "Yes, they were. I'm glad you have good memories." Edward hesitated, then said, "Mr. Ashford, may I ask you something?" "Of course. The garden, the one in the back, is it still there?" Thomas's whole body tensed. The garden. How did Edward know about the garden? Then he remembered. He had shown Edward the garden once, years ago. It had been a hot summer day, and the bakery had been stifling. Edward had asked if there was anywhere to get some air, and Thomas, in a moment of weakness or loneliness or simple carelessness, had taken him out back. Edward had been enchanted by the little secret space, had asked all sorts of questions about it. Thomas had told him. What had he told him? He couldn't quite remember. Something about it being a place to escape, to think. He hadn't told Edward about William. He had never told anyone about William. Yes, Thomas said slowly. It's still there. Do you still go there? The question felt invasive, too personal. Thomas wanted to tell Edward it was none of his business, but instead he just said, "Sometimes." Edward nodded. He seemed to understand that he was treading on sensitive ground. It was a beautiful place, peaceful. I've never forgotten it, he smiled. Anyway, I should buy something. Can't visit my old master's shop without supporting his business. 1 white loaf, please. Thomas wrapped the bread, took the money. Edward picked up the package and headed for the door. At the threshold, he turned back. Mr. Ashford, take care of yourself. You look tired. More tired than I remember. I'm fine, Thomas said automatically. If you say so. Edward tipped his hat. It was good to see you. Perhaps I'll visit again sometime. You're always welcome. Edward left. Thomas stood behind the counter, his hands gripping the edge. Everyone could see it. Mrs. Harris. Edward. They could all see that something was wrong with him, but none of them could know the truth. None of them could know about the hollow place inside him, the emptiness that had been there for 40 years, the place where William had been. At 6 o'clock, Thomas closed the bakery. He locked the door, turned the sign to closed, and drew the curtains across the windows. The day's earnings were meagre, barely enough to cover the cost of flour and coal, but it was enough. It always was, just barely. He tidied the shop, sweeping crumbs, wiping surfaces, preparing everything for tomorrow. The routine was soothing, required no thought. When everything was in order, he stood for a moment in the centre of the empty bakery. The last light of day was fading outside. Soon it would be dark, and he would be alone, as he always was. But first, he had something to do. He had to visit the garden one more time. He walked to the back door, took the key from his pocket. His hand was shaking slightly as he inserted it into the lock. Why was he nervous? He went to the garden every day. Twice a day. It should be routine by now. But today felt different. Everything about today felt different. He turned the key, pushed the door open. The hinges shrieked. He stepped through. The garden was dark. The high walls blocked most of the remaining daylight, creating premature twilight. The tree was a black silhouette against the purple sky. The air was very cold. Thomas could see his breath misting in front of his face. He pulled his coat tighter and walked toward the tree. His feet crunched through fallen leaves. The sound seemed very loud in the silence. He stopped in front of the tree, in his usual spot. For a long moment he just stood there, looking up at the dark branches against the sky. "Good evening, William," he said finally. His voice sounded hollow, echoing strangely in the enclosed space. "I came back, as I always do, as I always will." He paused. There was no wind, but he could hear a faint rustling, as if something was moving through the leaves overhead. Today was difficult. I don't know why. Nothing unusual happened, just the same as every day. But I felt... He struggled to find the words. I felt like something was coming to an end, or perhaps to a beginning. I don't know which. He sat down slowly, lowering himself to the ground with care. His back protested. His knees cracked. He leaned against the tree trunk, feeling the rough bark through his coat. The ground was cold and damp beneath him, but he didn't care. He was suddenly so tired, more tired than he could ever remember being. "I don't know how much longer I can do this, William," he said quietly. "I'm not as strong as I used to be. I'm getting old. My hands shake. My back hurts. I forget things. How much longer until I can't work anymore? What happens then? What happens to the bakery? What happens to me?" He closed his eyes. The darkness behind his eyelids was absolute. "I've been so lonely, William. For 40 years I've been lonely. I know I still have the bakery. I still have customers. But they're not. They're not you. Nothing is you. Nothing fills the space you left behind." His voice broke. "Why did you have to go? Why did you have to leave me? You were just a child. You had your whole life ahead of you. It's not fair. It's not fair that you died and I'm still here. I would have traded places with you if I could. I would have done it in a heartbeat." Tears were flowing freely now, hot on his cold cheeks. He let them fall, made no attempt to wipe them away. "I miss you so much. I miss your laugh. I miss your questions. I miss the way you saw wonder in everything. You made the world better just by being in it. And when you left, all the colour went out of the world. Everything turned grey. And it's been grey ever since." He pulled his knees up, wrapped his arms around them, made himself as small as possible. "I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if you're even anywhere to hear, but I need to believe you are. I need to believe that somewhere, somehow, you still exist. Because if you don't, if you're just gone, completely gone, then what was the point? What was the point of any of it?" He sat there, crying silently, until exhaustion overwhelmed him. His eyes closed. His breathing slowed. His head drooped forward onto his knees. And sitting there against the tree, in the cold, dark garden, Thomas fell asleep. He didn't dream at first. There was just darkness, deep and peaceful. But gradually, images began to form. He was in the garden, but it was different. The sun was shining, bright and warm. The tree was in full bloom, covered with white blossoms that filled the air with sweet scent. The grass was green and lush, dotted with wild flowers. It was beautiful, more beautiful than the garden had ever been in reality. And there, standing under the tree, was William. Not the sick, fevered William of his last hours. Not even the energetic 10-year-old Thomas had known, but a version of William that had never existed grown up, perhaps 17 or 18, tall and strong, with those same brown hair and blue eyes, that same irrepressible smile. "Thomas!" William called, waving. "You came!" Thomas walked toward him, and he realized he was younger too. His legs didn't hurt. His back was straight. He moved with the ease of youth. "William," he said, and his voice was choked with emotion. "Is it really you? It's really me," William said. He spread his arms, and Thomas rushed into them, hugging him tight. William was solid, real, warm. Thomas could feel his heartbeat, smell the scent of bread and sunlight that had always clung to him. "I've missed you so much," Thomas said into William's shoulder. "I know," William said gently. "I know you have. I've been watching. I've seen everything." "How is this possible?" Thomas asked, pulling back to look at William's face. "Am I dead? Is this heaven?" William laughed, that joyous sound Thomas had forgotten. "You're not dead. You're dreaming. But dreams can be real too, in their own way. This is real because we both want it to be." "I don't understand." "You don't have to understand," William said. "Just accept it. We don't have much time." "Time for what?" to talk, to say goodbye properly. We never got to do that, did we? I was too sick, and then I was gone." Thomas felt tears starting again. "I never got to tell you how much you meant to me, how much I loved you." "I knew," William said. "I always knew. You showed me, every day, in 100 small ways. You gave me bread when I was hungry. You taught me a trade. You treated me like I mattered, like I was important. Do you know what that meant to a street child from 7 Dials? You gave me dignity. You gave me purpose. You gave me love, and I loved you too. You were my brother, my father, my best friend, all at once." "Then why did you leave?" Thomas asked, and it came out almost as an accusation. "Why did you die?" "Because that's how life works sometimes," William said sadly. "People die. Children die. It's not fair, but it happens. I didn't want to go. I fought as hard as I could, but the fever was too strong, and in the end, I had to let go." "I should have saved you," Thomas said. "I should have found a better doctor, gotten better medicine, something." "There was nothing you could have done," William said firmly. "You did everything possible, and more than that, you gave me 3 years of happiness. 3 years of being loved and valued. Some people live 90 years and never have that. I was lucky to have you, even for that short time." They stood in silence for a moment. Then William said, "Thomas, I need to tell you something." "What?" "You have to let me go." Thomas shook his head violently. "No, I can't. You're all I have." "That's not true," William said gently. "You have so much more. You have a business. You have customers who depend on you. You have years still ahead of you. But you're not living them. You're stuck, frozen in the past. You come to the garden every day and talk to a ghost, but I'm not there, Thomas. I haven't been there for 40 years. "But I feel you there," Thomas protested. "When I'm in the garden, I feel close to you." "You feel close to a memory," William corrected, "to your own grief. But I'm not in the garden. I'm not in the tree, or the stone, or the leaves. Those are just things. He gestured vaguely. "I'm somewhere else, or nowhere, or everywhere. I don't really know. But I'm not trapped in that garden, and you shouldn't be either." "Then where should I be?" "Living," William said simply. "Really living, not just existing. Making connections with people, finding joy in small things. Isn't that what I always did? Isn't that what you loved about me?" "Yes," Thomas admitted. "Then do it in my memory," William said. "Live the life I didn't get to live. Experience things. Be happy. That's what I want for you. That's what I've always wanted." "I don't know if I can," Thomas said. "I've been alone for so long. I don't know how to be any other way." "You can learn," William said. "It's not too late. You're 62, not 92. You have time left. Use it." He took Thomas's hands in his. "Promise me you'll try. Promise me you'll let go of the grief and try to live again." Thomas looked into those familiar blue eyes. "I promise," he whispered. "But I'm afraid. What if I forget you?" "You won't forget me," William said, smiling. "I'm part of you. I always will be. But I don't want to be the weight that holds you down. I want to be the wind that lifts you up. Can you understand that?" Thomas nodded slowly. "I think so." "Good," William said. He pulled Thomas into another embrace. "I love you, Thomas. I always have and I always will. But you have to let me go now. You have to go back and really live." "Will I see you again?" Thomas asked. Maybe, William said. Someday, when your time comes. But not for a long time yet, I hope. You have too much still to do. He stepped back. Goodbye, Thomas. Be happy. For both of us. Goodbye, William, Thomas said. Tears were streaming down his face, but he was smiling too. Thank you for everything. William smiled one last time, that beautiful, incandescent smile. Then he turned and walked away, into the bright sunlight under the apple tree. And as Thomas watched, he faded gradually away, becoming translucent, then transparent, then gone. But the garden remained, beautiful and peaceful, full of light and life. Thomas woke with a start. It was fully dark now. The garden was black, lit only by the faint stars overhead. He was cold, stiff, his legs numb from sitting. For a moment he was disoriented, unsure where he was or what had happened. Then memory returned. The dream, William, the conversation. Had it been real, or just his exhausted mind playing tricks? He didn't know, but he felt different, lighter, somehow, as if a burden he'd been carrying for so long had been lifted. He looked down at the ground beside the tree, at the small hollow between the roots, at the stone he had placed there 40 years ago, and he saw something that hadn't been there before. He leaned closer, peering in the darkness. There was a slight disturbance in the earth, as if something had been buried there recently. His heart began to pound. With trembling hands, he reached down and began to brush away the loose dirt. His fingers touched something hard. Wood. He cleared away more earth, uncovering a small wooden box. It was old, the wood dark with age, but it looked solid. There was no lock, just a simple latch. With shaking hands, Thomas opened it. Inside was a letter. A single sheet of yellowed paper, folded carefully. He lifted it out, unfolded it with care. The paper was brittle with age, but the ink was still legible. And as he read the words written there, tears began to fall again, but this time they were different. They were tears of release, of relief, of understanding. Dear Thomas, the letter began. If you are reading this, it means the time has come. It means you are finally ready. I have watched you for 40 years, Thomas. Every morning and every evening, I have heard your voice in the garden. I have felt your grief, your loneliness, your love, and I have wanted so badly to reach out to you, to tell you that I am here, that I hear you, that I love you too. But the rules of death are strange, and there are barriers between your world and wherever I am. I could not break through, until now. Something has changed. Some door has opened. Perhaps it was always open, and you simply weren't ready to see it until now. But tonight, I was finally able to speak to you, even if only in a dream. And I hope you heard me. I hope you understood. You have to let me go, Thomas. Not forget me, never forget me. But let go of the grief that has imprisoned you. Let go of the guilt. Let go of the past. You think you lost me that day I died. But you didn't lose me, Thomas. I am not lost. I am just elsewhere. In the wind, in the sunlight, in every good thing you encounter, in the bread you bake with such care, in the kindness you show to your customers, even when you don't realize you're showing it. I am there in all of that because you carry me in your heart. But Thomas, you have to live, really live, not just exist. You have to open yourself up to the world again, make connections, find joy, laugh, Love. That's what I want for you. That's what I've always wanted. I didn't die so that you could spend the next 40 years in mourning. I died, I had to die, but that doesn't mean your life has to end too. Please, Thomas, for me, live. Live fully and completely. Experience everything you can, and when you do, think of me. Remember me. But don't let me be a weight around your neck. Let me be a light guiding you forward. You will always be my dearest friend, my brother, my family. Nothing can change that. Not death, not time, not anything. We will always be connected. And someday, when your time comes, we will see each other again. But until then, promise me you'll live. Promise me you'll be happy. That's all I ask. That's all I've ever asked. With all my love, William. Thomas read the letter 3 times, his hands trembling so badly he could barely hold the paper. When he finally lowered it, he sat in silence for a long moment. Then he carefully folded the letter, placed it back in the box, and held the box against his chest. "Thank you," he whispered into the darkness. "Thank you, William. I understand now. I finally understand." He stood up slowly, his legs protesting after sitting for so long. He looked up at the tree one last time. In the darkness, he couldn't see its branches clearly, but he could sense its presence, solid and permanent. "I will live," he said aloud. "I will try. I don't know if I'll succeed, but I will try. For you, for both of us." And as he spoke, a breeze stirred through the garden. It was gentle, warm, despite the cold night, and it carried with it a scent like apples and sunlight and fresh bread. It ruffled his hair, touched his face like a caress, then faded away. Thomas smiled. It was the first genuine smile he had felt in longer than he could remember. "Goodbye, William," he said. "Not forever. Just goodbye for now." He turned and walked toward the door. His steps were lighter than they had been in years. He didn't look back. He passed through the door, closed it behind him, locked it. And something in that action felt final, like the closing of a chapter. He walked through the darkened bakery and up the stairs to his rooms. He placed the wooden box carefully on his bedside table. Then he undressed, got into bed, and pulled the blankets up. He felt exhausted, but also strangely peaceful, and for the first time in 40 years, he fell asleep without crying. The next morning, Thomas woke at 5 o'clock, as usual. But everything was different. The heaviness he usually felt upon waking, the dread of facing another empty day, was gone. He felt not happy exactly, not yet, but lighter, as if he could breathe more easily. He got up, dressed, made his tea. The routine was the same, but somehow it felt different. He went to the bakery and began preparing the dough. As his hands worked the flour and water, he thought about William's letter. Live. Really live. What did that mean? He wasn't entirely sure, but he would figure it out, one day at a time. When the dough was prepared and set to rise, Thomas walked to the back door. He stood there for a moment, his hand on the key in his pocket. Then he smiled and walked away. He didn't need to go to the garden. Not today. Not anymore. William wasn't there. William was everywhere. In his heart, in his memories, in the work of his hands. That was enough. At 8 o'clock, he opened the bakery. The bell jingled as he unlocked the door. He turned the sign to open and arranged the bread in the window. The first customer arrived at 9. It was Mrs. Harris, the old woman with the black hat. "Good morning, Mr. Ashford," she said as she entered. "Good morning, Mrs. Harris," Thomas replied. And then, surprising himself, He added, "How are you feeling today?" Mrs. Harris looked startled. I'm well, thank you for asking. My hip is giving me trouble, but that's old age for you." "Would you like to sit down for a moment before you shop?" Thomas asked, gesturing to the stool behind the counter. "You look a bit unsteady." Mrs. Harris's face softened. "That's very kind of you." "Yes, I think I will sit for just a moment." She lowered herself onto the stool with a grateful sigh. "That's better. You know, Mr. Ashford, you seem different today, lighter somehow." Thomas smiled. "Perhaps I am. Perhaps it's time for a change." "Change can be good, Mrs." Harris said, "even for us old folks." They chatted for a few minutes, about the weather, about the neighbourhood, about nothing in particular. And when Mrs. Harris left with her loaf of bread, Thomas realised he felt happy. Just a little. Just for a moment. But it was there. The young woman with the baby came in later that morning. "Hello again," Thomas said warmly. "How is your son today?" "He's very well, thank you," she said, looking pleased that he remembered. "He slept through the night for the first time. I almost feel human again." Thomas laughed. That must be a relief. "It truly is." She bought her bread, but before leaving, she said, "You know, you have such a kind face. My William always smiles when he sees you. I think he likes you." "I like him too," Thomas said honestly. "He reminds me of someone I once knew, someone very special." The woman smiled. "That's lovely. I hope he grows up to be someone special too." "I'm sure he will," Thomas said. And he meant it. When she left, Thomas stood at the window and watched her walk down the street, the baby bundled in her arms. William. A new William, just beginning his life. It felt like a sign, a symbol of something. Endings and beginnings, all tangled together. The day passed peacefully. More customers came and went. Some Thomas knew, some he didn't. But he found himself engaging with them more, asking questions, making conversation. It felt strange at first, awkward. But it also felt good, human, real, like he was rejoining the world after a long absence. By evening, when he closed the shop, he felt tired but satisfied. He had made it through a day, a whole day of really living, or trying to. It was a start. Over the following weeks, the change continued. Thomas still thought about William every day, but the thoughts were different now. Less painful, more bittersweet. He remembered the good times, the laughter, the joy. He still missed him, but the grief no longer consumed him. He began to take small steps out of his isolation. He talked more with customers. He joined a local merchants' association, attended their monthly meetings. He even accepted an invitation to dinner from Edward, his former apprentice, and met Edward's family. It was strange, being social again after so many years alone, but it was also nice. He had forgotten what it was like to have human connection, to feel part of a community. One day, months later, Thomas was in the bakery when a young man entered. He was perhaps 16, thin and poorly dressed, with a hungry look in his eyes. "Excuse me, sir," the boy said hesitantly. "Are you hiring? I'm looking for an apprenticeship. I'm willing to work hard, and I don't need much pay. Just a chance to learn." Thomas looked at the boy and saw something of William in him, not in his appearance, but in his eyes. That spark, that hunger for something better. "What's your name?" Thomas asked. "Peter, sir. Peter Wright." "Well, Peter Wright," Thomas said slowly. "I haven't taken an apprentice in many years, but perhaps it's time." The boy's face lit up with hope. "Does that mean?" It means come back tomorrow at 5 in the morning, ready to work. We'll try you out for a week. If you work hard and learn fast, the position is yours." Peter stammered his thanks and rushed out, as if afraid Thomas might change his mind. Thomas stood there, a strange feeling in his chest. It felt like hope, like possibility, like the future was opening up instead of closing down. That night, as he lay in bed, Thomas reached for the wooden box on his bedside table. He opened it and took out the letter. He had read it many times over the past months, but the words never lost their power. "Live," he whispered. "I'm trying, William. I'm really trying." And somewhere, in that place, between dreams and waking, he thought he heard a voice, faint, distant, but unmistakable. "I know," William's voice said. "I'm proud of you." Thomas smiled and closed his eyes, and he slept peacefully, with no tears, no nightmares, no ghosts, just peace. The months turned into years. Peter turned out to be a talented baker, quick to learn and eager to please. Under Thomas's guidance, he flourished. The bakery became busier, livelier. Peter had a way with customers, just as William had. He brought energy and joy back into the space. Thomas taught him everything he knew, passed on all the skills and knowledge he had accumulated over decades. And in teaching, Thomas found a new purpose. He was no longer just existing. He was building something, creating something that would outlast him. One day, perhaps 5 years after he had hired Peter, Thomas was working in the bakery when he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He gasped and sat down quickly on the nearest stool. Peter rushed over. "Mr. Ashford, are you all right?" The pain passed after a moment. Thomas took a deep breath. "I'm fine. Just old age catching up with me." But he knew he was 70 years old now. His body was wearing out. He had maybe a year left, maybe less. He had lived longer than he expected to these past few years, lived more fully than he had in the previous 40. William's gift to him. "Peter," he said quietly, "I think it's time we talked about the future of the bakery." They had that conversation that evening, after the shop closed. Thomas explained that he wanted Peter to take over the bakery when he was gone. Peter protested. Thomas was like a father to him. He didn't want to think about losing him. But Thomas was firm. The bakery needed to continue. That was what William would have wanted. A few months later, on a cold morning in December, Thomas woke feeling strange, very tired, but also very peaceful. He got up, dressed slowly, made his way downstairs. Peter was already there, had started the baking. "Good morning, Mr. Ashford," Peter said cheerfully. "I thought I'd get a head start today. Why don't you rest? I can handle things." "Thank you, Peter," Thomas said. He sat in the chair in the back room and closed his eyes. Just for a moment, just to rest. But he knew he wouldn't wake up. He could feel it. His time was coming to an end, and he was ready. He had lived. He had really lived these past few years. He had kept his promise to William. As he sat there, drifting in that space between sleep and death, he had one final vision. He was in the garden again, the beautiful sunlit garden from his dream years ago. The apple tree was in full bloom. And there, standing under it, smiling that beautiful smile, was William. Not the child he had been, not the teenager from the last dream, but ageless, eternal, perfect. "Hello, Thomas," William said. "It's time." "Yes," Thomas said. "I'm ready." "Did you live?" William asked. "Did you really live?" I did, Thomas said. I tried. I hope I made you proud. You did, William said, and his eyes were shining. You did more than I ever could have asked. Now come, we have so much to talk about. William held out his hand. Thomas took it, and together they walked into the light under the apple tree. Peter found Thomas an hour later, sitting peacefully in the chair, a slight smile on his face. He had passed quietly, without pain, without fear. They buried him in the churchyard, not far from where William had been buried 78 years before. The grave markers stood side by side, though most people didn't know the connection, but Peter knew. Thomas had told him the story, had explained about William, about the garden, about everything. And sometimes, on quiet evenings after the bakery closed, Peter would go out to the garden behind the shop. He would stand under the old apple tree and say a quiet thank you to the two men who had shaped his life. The garden remained peaceful and secret, a place of memory and healing, and every spring, without fail, the apple tree bloomed. Thank you for listening to Gaslight Dreams. I hope this story has brought you comfort and carried you toward peaceful sleep. Remember, sometimes the things we lose never truly leave us. They transform. They become part of who we are. They guide us forward. Good night, sweet dreams, and remember, the past is with you, but you are not in the past. You are here, now, living. And that is enough. .com E2 Gaslight Dreams, a channel where timeless stories, gentle narration, and quiet atmospheres help you drift into rest.